Hey, welcome to episode 6. So, in episode 6, we did a couple of things, and I have a lot to unveil for you what we did in this episode. But let's just start with the obvious one and the most important one of all. So, we implemented the this pagination in the previous episode, and even adding of these here. The one thing that was remaining was to have a way of moving items from the one status to another status. And this is not exactly what we're aiming at in this episode. And if you right now see that we can just go ahead and maybe start by moving this task into the complete. And you can see here, even this is now 50% done. The project is 50% complete because sorry, this task, this module is 50% complete because of moving this into this. I can move it back here and you can see that it is also gone. Okay, so meaning actually the movement, moving this into these columns, you are updating the status in the database. When you move this brainstorming from in progress and you add it to complete, it will just go move it here, and at the same time it will also just go to the database and change the status to complete. So that is one big feature that we added, and that was somehow actually very tricky to implement, but we finally actually implemented it seamlessly the way you can see it. So other things we have seen them like paginating here, editing, adding. So like adding tasks and editing them. We really see we saw all those things there. So this is like not a it's not a big deal really to show you how we this one the big second feature we added was actually going back. Let's first go back to the project. So I'm just going to go back to the project here. Let's go back here. So in here right now, you can see we had started working on the client, and one thing that you can notice here is that we actually can send an invite to the client. Okay, so you can see the email of this client is this one. Let me go to Mailinator and you can open this here. You can see this Vati. I've opened it here, Vati. So I just want to send an invite to this client to come to collaborate with me on this test project. So I'm just going to go ahead and send an invite. And you can see an invite was sent. This is good. Now, if we just go here, you can see an email here, Project Pro, inviting to collaborate on test project. Okay, so you can see this one is inviting you to collaborate on the test project. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and open this in another browser to simulate, because already this browser I'm logged in. I'm just going to go to this. Let me close this. I'm just going to open here, and let's go ahead and open a private tab, and let's paste this. Okay, so you can see the invitation to collaborate on a test project. So he clicks on it, and you can see we receives this email, project collaboration invitation, and calling you to collaborate on the test project. And let's clear here. We give you the login details, the email, and the password. And let's go ahead and try to use these details. So I will copy the password and let's click on the login. So in the login, I'm just going to put in this, and let's also go ahead and copy this, the email. Okay, and let's go ahead and paste this. So you're just going to notice that if we log in, we're just going to go to the dashboard, and here for some reason they're saying password is incorrect. It's because of the spaces. Okay, let's try again. It should now work. Okay, so we just like logging in right now. Here, I'm just going to first switch back to the dark mode. But you see that we are actually directed to the project. Okay, we are redirected to the project, and right now the client is in this project and can start now contributing to this project. He can look at the budget, how much has been paid, the timeline, and now he can look at the user details. You look at this side. So if you're just like in the user you can see that you can see client details, but if it is a client logged in, he sees at the user details. This makes much sense, right? You can look at the user details or the project owner. And then other things, the user has access to all these other things. He can, first of all, for instance, come here and says, uh, adding more to the existing description. Okay, you can just like update this here. Though he has access to all these ones, there are some things he has no access. So, if, for instance, if you look here, he cannot add members. So, if you just go this side, let's actually refresh. You can see that if you refresh, you has this adding more, adding more the existing description. For instance, on the user, you have these members, and this side, you don't have the members. Another thing, of course, you can add the modules as a client, but you go to the payments. So if you just go to the payments, it doesn't make sense if a client starts creating a payments. It can't be like this is a false payment. So you can see it is only the owner of the project who can create payments. The client cannot actually create payments because the button is not there. So he cannot create the payments, and we have limited this. Now let's say the client is trying to access, is trying to go to here. He cannot see, he only sees the logout, and as well as here there is logout. And even if you go this side, here you have dashboard. Okay, here you have dashboard, and here on top you see you have backed all projects, while for the client here on top he has logout. Okay, so he has no much things he can do apart from contributing. He can add comments, notes, modules. He can go to the module detailed page. That is very okay. Okay, and he can go back to the project. So he can just visit those two pages. But let's say he tries to actually access the dashboard. So let's say he's a smart client and he's trying to smart himself, and he goes to the dashboard. Okay. So if he tries to go to the dashboard, it's going to be taken that this page actually is not found. Okay. The only thing he can do is going back to his previous page, and that's how we have managed to protect everything we want from the client. He cannot view. We'll in the future show him some projects here, like if you want two or more projects, um we'll create like the private part, or the public part of the projects, which all people can view, and they will be down here and you can view them. But for now he is limited, and he can do really less to that cause. So yeah, that is what we did. We added the emails, sending of emails, and the one that we added was sending an invite. We added another email. I think this was for the. Let me first go back to all projects and I see what did we add. Um, We added inviting people. Let me see. What else can you do? Of course, we added sending invite. What else do we add? We had to okay. We added the invoices. I was almost forgetting. So another thing we just added in this episode is on the invoices. So we went ahead and made this to work. Okay, so we had these invoices. Let's go ahead and create a payment for this client. This one, let me just go back to a client. We can access his email, which is this test project. So I'm just going to go ahead and add a payment here. Okay, add a new payment. So he has $100. Let's say pay 50. Just say first installment, and the client pays $50 and tax of 0. And let's create this payment. Okay, payment method is going to be this. Let's create a payment here. Okay, so the client, we have created a payment. You can see here 50% now, and the invoice you can go ahead and view. So of course, even the client can view the invoice, but I want to first show you from this side. So if you click on this, you will see now we can have two choices here: send the invoice to the client, this one, and also to print it out. If we click on print, this will go ahead and print out the invoice, and maybe you can send him a PDF on WhatsApp if you want. But we have also sent to clients. So I want to go ahead and send to the client right now. Okay, so you can see invoice sent. Let's go ahead and check the client email, and you can see in the client email. Let me just go this side, and while we can also see this. Where is the browser we opened? So this is the here. So you can see we have invoice for the payment made on Wednesday, September. So you can see we have this. And if I open it, you can see here I have a payment invoice for the first installment made on Wednesday, September 25th. Hoping you are doing fine, blah, blah. And here you can see your payment invoice. Click the link below to download the invoice or view the invoice details. So the client now goes ahead and clicks on this, and you can see now is taken on the invoice page clearly and clean. Okay, this is really nice. You can see when it's September 2024, and you can go back to the project, or you can actually print. And remember, in the for the user, he can send to the client, but when a client comes to this page, he cannot send an email. It doesn't make sense to send an email to himself when we have already sent it. So he can just come here and print or download. Okay, so or you can even go back to this project that where he saw this. He can just go back to this project, and he can look at the payments and all that. So yeah, this is what we implemented, and I'm so much happy what the project has reached. And one more bonus before we dive in, I just want to spoil you guys. As I've told you, I have a lot of things that lined up. In today's, we're also launching component pages for our starter kit. Those who are having access to the starter kit, you have now access to the component pages. And what are component pages? These are beautifully pre-designed pages that I've been using over time, and I'm just giving you access to them, and you start using them in your projects right away. And so far, we still have few components, and many are going to come. and they're not just like the usual components you are seeing from Shad or somewhere. They're just like some nicely thought about components that are really nice for certain use cases. And as you can see, these are three hero sections. We have more here. You can just go to why us. So you just go and just try to discover what we have. Sidebars. Okay. We have sidebars. So I have these, there are many, and as time goes on, I'm just going to be adding in more and more and more. And they're really nice and sleek components, and most of them are done with Framer. Okay. Yeah. So if you have access to the starter kit, you will find these ones under pages, and these components are really nice, responsive, and you can start using them right away. And if you are happy, before even diving in, first give a video the like, and let's jump in and get started. Hello everyone. So in today's video, it is episode 6, and what I want today's video is to actually add the Kanban. I want to add the drag and drop kind of thing, like drag this item to this and then complete, and then we update status. I'm not so sure if I will pull this off, because every time I try to implement a drag and drop documentations are always sketchy. Like there is no any drag and drop that shows you exactly how to do something. Like the documentations are always sketchy. The last video I did about drag and drop, what dragging and dropping within a list, within one list, but this one you're just dragging between lists, and we are also updating. So I'm just going to try to follow the I was asking ChatGPT and also Cloud. I just want to start and I try to follow to see if I can get this implemented. The first thing I'm just going to do before I even start, I'm just going to change this into two things. That is to ease up things. The first thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to sort of create a board where these three cards are. Okay, where the dragging and dropping is going to take place. So this area here, I want to sort of introduce the columns. So these ones are columns, and then this whole entire place becomes like a area where you can drag things. So I will just go back. If you remember how we have this page is entirely on the back end. Like this is a server side rendered page. So you have to break it somehow to have the things loading here and then other things going the other side. So that's what I'm going to first to do. So I intend to leave this here. Okay, I intend to leave these ones here. Okay, the only thing I want to move are only these columns. So I'm just going to go. We have, if you to understand this, we have the background, we have the button, the back button, we have the modules. So the modules have no problem. Then we have now these are the two columns we have. We have this one of core 3 and then this one of core 9. So probably want to move some part of this core 9. Do we have to move everything in this core 9? Not really. We might just need a few things. I don't know if this should remain or if I should also move it, but I'm just going to leave it. I'll just only move these ones. So I will just go and see this first one, which is this. and then we have the tasks, and then we have this add task. So this one on top here, while we have flex, just going to minimize this. Okay, so we remain with actually this grid. So this is the one I'm just going to move. Okay, I'm just going to move this and I call it a board. And okay, this is why we have this here, and we might actually create an array for this, and then this is what we are mapping through to create all these other ones. So if you look at the data we want here, we actually need the task from this side, scroll area, and the active module dot tasks, which are going to pass down the road. So I'm just going to actually first copy this whole entire thing where it is located, this one. Okay, so I'm just going to create two components. So I will just go inside the components. Okay, and inside the project here, I'm just going to create here some, like, I think boards, or just call them like modules. I don't know, even the beta name I can give this. I just say modules. And then inside the modules, I'm just going to have two components. I'm just going to first go ahead and copy this. And then inside the modules, I'll create two components. The first one is going to be the task board. So just going to make a board.tsx rfc, and then we can just like paste here the task board. Okay, we'll get all the necessary things we need here, and then we also need to create a column. Okay, so I'm just going to have column dot tsx. Okay, and we just see what to put in the column. For now, let's bring some things in here for this. Okay, okay, then bring the task form, scroll area. Make sure this one you get it from this. Okay, then we have the active module. I'm just going to bring in the drop down from UI. And then we bring the trigger from this. Then I bring in the button. Then I bring in this from Lucid. Content. This one. Okay. Then there is delete task. Okay. So we have a few errors. The few errors are on the active module. So the first thing is actually to get the active module from the wherever we're getting it. If you look at the active module, is here active module.tasks.length. Okay, so this is the active module here. Okay. Is of type. So if you just look at this, okay, we might just need to define the type of this active module, and I think it is the one we used. What can I get the types? First go here and we say get here, get project modules. So we are including the tasks. If we go to types, I remember we did this while we had module props. Okay, that is something else. Well, we had the project. Okay, we had module data. So this, I believe this is the one that it is of this type here. Okay, it is of this type here. So I'm just going to go to, I will go to this page of the modules, and you're just going to get the active module we pass into this taskboard. So we created here the taskboard. Okay, so the tasks board or something. So we have to pass in the active module. Active module is equal to active module. So if we just go to the task board, we can accept this active module, and then we just say that the active module is of type active module. We can just say is of type this module data. Okay, and if we do that, you can see that the error is gone. However, we have here a problem. So here, active module, we have one problem here. Let's try to find out. Tasks, ID, string, title, status, task status, module ID, string, created at, updated at, date, and this proper tasks are incompatible with. So here they are saying, so they are saying here that some things are missing. Is missing the following properties from task, description, and due date. Okay, so remember very well, if you go to the schema, okay, to the schema, we removed those things. Probably we didn't. Can first stop, and you say npx prisma db push and npm around the. So here we just need to generate a new prisma client, I believe, like so prisma client was generated. Let's check if we still have the same issue here. Yeah, so you can see we are good. Sorry, we still have issues. Let's see the missing things here. Is missing the following properties from task. We still have description and due date. Okay, let me just first go ahead and check if everything is okay from the types. Okay. Can just go here and let's go and check our project data, module data, so which has ID, name, and the task, and this task. Okay, we can, okay, so this was removed, due date was removed, so we must be now okay. So we can just go back to this side. And it seems like now we have no problem. And let's check if we still have the UI still intact the way it's supposed to be. You can just refresh. Okay. I just add a task. Uh, report. Just add a report design. Okay. Okay, so we have this still going on exactly the way we want. It is still switching also between here, so everything is still the way we planned it. So let's continue. And now that we have, let's go ahead and create a column. So from this, where we have these ones, okay, the status, we need to, these are the, like sort of the columns. Okay. So if sort of just say, we say that I just want to create a column for this. What would I do? So um, this one is the, I believe the title. And then this one is the task form. That is the plus icon. So basically this is the header here. Let me see. Okay, so this is the header. Okay, and then uh, for each of these ones, okay, so basically after the map here, what we have, this is the column. Yeah, this one becomes actually the column. This one becomes the column. Can I still have this done? Like how am I going to separate this into a column? You can see these are tasks. So this is the header. Okay, so this is the column. Let me just go ahead and create a column. And I want to pass in this. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this and let's go here in the modules. Let's say column. I think we already have the column. Just say here RFC. And let me just actually paste everything here. Then if it becomes in one div, yeah. So we have the column. Just going to go ahead and also import here. We have the task form here, the scroll area. Okay, and all these ones. Actually, you can just go here, the task board, and let's go ahead and copy all these. And let's bring them here. Just go ahead and paste all this here. Okay, so we still have a few things like still active module. So just going to still go ahead in the board. So we can just like go in the body here and let's put the column. Okay. So here we have to pass in, I actually could pass in the tasks. because this supposed to have the tasks. As you can see here, we need the tasks. So here we're just going to pass in actually the tasks. Let me see. We have to pass in the status and the tasks. That's the only thing we need. Okay, just going to remove this key here. And we also have to pass in the status. Okay, so I'm just going to go to the task board, and here we need to pass in the tasks. Okay. Which is going to be active module.tasks. And then I just need to pass in also the status, which is equal to status. Here, status, just like this. And let's go to this and let's accept the task. If you remember very well, we also have from the types, we also have the type of task. Okay, the one we used in this here, you can see it is this task here. So going about back to the column, we just here need to accept the tasks and the status. And we can also go here, we say tasks is of type task, and you can just get either Prisma or the types. And then for status is of type, status is of task status. I think we coded this from Prisma. Okay. This is a column, right? So we have already the status, and then active module.id. We also need the module ID. I think here we just need tasks. Okay. We need this for able to do this. We need also the module ID. So I'm just going to pass in the module ID in the column. So let me just copy it here. Module ID. So here, me pass in the module ID. Module ID is going to be of type a string. Let's go to the task board and we pass in this. This is going to be active module dot ID, and then this side we can just use it here, module ID as module ID, and we are again having a very clean slate, so you can just go ahead and check if we still have any errors. You can see here we are good. I can add another one, report visuals. Okay, so you can, oh, that's weird. Let's first do add again. Let me add in progress. Oh, it is here as showing that it didn't create. Okay, so we now, since now we have this sort of thing, while we have this, and then we have the other one. So we just need now to start. We can now start actually this implementing. So every time you're going to implement this, the drag and drop, you need to organize it in this way because you need to know which one is going to be a board, which one is going to be the column, so that you actually have clearly what you're going to be doing. So I have asked the same question ChatGPT here. I first gave it to tell me, but it was using React. React. All of them actually, they gave the package they wanted to use was React Beautiful DND. I believe it is a common or is a good package. Not until you actually go to their GitHub. I don't know why I can just get this. I don't know if this is the place. I think if you just go to their GitHub, let me see. Let me first go to the NPM maybe. Okay, if you just go to the npm package of React Beautiful DND, you can see the first thing you get is a flag of maintain and support, telling you that they are no longer supporting this package. If you just continue and I think you go to GitHub, there is somewhere I went to GitHub or something. It must have been like GitHub. Let me see. Like the GitHub page. It must be this page. There is somewhere, if you just go and read the story of the creator, if you just go and look at this creator, and you will see that is no longer personally maintaining it, and he created a whole entire video that I watched saying that they moved away from using React DND. They created a new package, create programmatic droppable, I think, something like that, and it is under Atlassian. So they moved to that, and that's why they put. I didn't want to go into it after looking at their documentation. It was somehow quite complicated. I didn't want to go with it. So the good one, of course, is to use the DND kit. Okay, is to use the DND kit, and even the video I created, it was about the DND kit. So just going to hustle with this one. It is not just also like straightforward in implementing it, but we're just going to try our level best to make sure, like at the end of the day, it works. That's what we always want. So the first thing is installing the packages. If you just go here in this the blog, this is the one I use it when you're just like building in the other video I have on YouTube. We install these packages. So you're just going to copy here, and if you just go here ChatGPT, after asking them to use um they use that, I said I want you to use the DND kit, and you can see here it got here this and npm core sortable, and it also installed modifiers. That was interesting. And if you just go to this one, it will tell you to install actually npm install core and sortable only. V0 on the other hand, it is don't charge the DND kit, sortable, and utilities. Okay, so somehow correct. So I'm just going to go ahead and install these here. Let me open a new terminal. Just going to first install this. I install DND kit core, sortable, and utilities. Those are three packages from DND kit. Okay. So the second thing, I'm just going to be looking at whoever provided what I think is somehow important. ChatGPT always has like the instructions really written very well. I don't know why they write very well. You can see even this, it tells you that why you're installing them. Okay, so we already have our task done, everything we want. Okay, now it says create the drag and drop context. First, create a Kanban board component that will hold the tasks for each status column. And this is why you're going to put this one. You can see he has the board that is taking in these modules, and it has these functions. And then we have this. So for this cloud, I was surprised it put everything uh, in one component. Okay, but if you look at how it did, somehow it has this Kanban board which is taking in the active module, and it takes in the user and the product ID. So probably just like abstracted everything we have on the other side, and the Kanban has this one. So I'm just still looking which one we're going to follow. But let's just try following like one first. When fails, we go to another one. I'm just going thinking of using the V0. I don't know. Let's first see the V0, what it is saying. Okay. Just going to see. So you can see the first thing it says here is that you have to wrap this this, you have to create the context that is going to have the drag thing. Okay, so this is what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to first wrap the context, and also if you go to our documentation, I think this was the first thing which has the list. You will see that we actually created the sensors. Okay, and then we wrap the whole thing in the what the list is going to be. We wrap it in this DND context. Okay, so let me just go ahead and also wrap this in the context. Okay, so just create this context, and it's just going to wrap this in the task board. So I'm just going to go here and I add this, and let me just cut whatever I have here. I'm just going to put it inside. Okay, and we can create sensors and handle drag end. Okay, we can just go here. We can create the sensors and the drag end. These two functions, just go ahead and put them here. So we have the sensors, which is use sensors, and we have to import all. So let's just see where we're getting the sensors is where I want. So here from the core, so you can just like add this here where we are getting the context and then the sensors, and then here we are going to implement the drag logic here. So that is one thing done. Sorry. And then says create a droppable areas for each column. Okay, so now let's modify the column rendering to use droppable areas. So now this is the column. Okay, so you can see that on the map we have status, and okay, I don't know if the context is supposed to be wrapped we're just going to see, but I think the area we wrap the context is enough. But here you can see here we have the to-dos map and we have status, and inside it actually used this. So inside here, okay, it created a set node ref. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay. Here, let me first see how this one was done. So yeah, we want to do this instead of doing this. Okay. So we can just do this. Basically, you can map, you get the status, and here you can do something like return this. Definitely works. And then here, this is why you actually put the status inside here. So before the return, we can create set node ref from use droppable, and we can also import this from core. Okay, you're just going to put this still here. Oh, wait a minute. So this use droppable. Let me first try to import and I see if it works. Yeah, from the core. Okay, and then I think we're supposed to pass this ID to the something, because we create here this and we're not passing it anywhere here. And here where we have the active tasks, where we have these tasks. Okay, we are doing this filter here, and this is where the draggable component will go here. Okay, this is a scroll area. So when we have the tasks, we have to filter them. So I think we're just going to filter them from inside task and then index. So there is this filter here. Okay, there is this filter here inside the scroll area where we have these tasks. We're just going to go ahead and filter them, and we have access to this. Let me see. If you just go to the column now, okay, so we have to pass in these. This one is called the droppable ID. I'm just going to pass in this because you can't see this. I think will be used somewhere. Okay, you can see in the scroll area. In the scroll area is where they are setting set node ref. Hmm. Mm, all this, the okay. Okay, I think we are just going to change a little bit. Need to change it a little bit because this here. Mm, but we can still like, do it from the other side actually. So I'm just going to pass in the ID. So this, you can just like say this like this, cut this. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the droppable ID. Okay. Droppable ID is going to be status. Droppable ID is going to be status. So if I just go to the column, we can also get the droppable ID. I don't know if we just need to pass it in here because already we have the status also being passed in here. So let me just come here on top and do this. You get this from core and ID is going to be status. Okay. So this one we have it inside and the taskboard we can remove this. Then after that, okay, you can see that here on this. I'm just going to first do the. There is on the scroll area, you can see there is a ref. So you can ref inside the column. We have a ref set on this scroll area. Okay, great. And then where we have these tasks, you can actually just see we already have filter task says equals status, and then we have a map where we have access to index. Here we have also post index. Okay, we have the index, and then we just like having this. So this is where it actually stops. Then it says create the draggable item for each task. So we have this wrap task with a draggable component. So you can see inside this where we have the task, you create this as a draggable. So I'm just going to create this even me. So copy this. So this whole entire thing again, we are moving it where we have map. So this here, this whole thing is draggable. So I'm just going to go here and first of all, copy this and say the column, let's say the draggable item dot tsx rfc draggable. Okay, and let's just go and paste this. Okay, and let's first bring these ones. We have a button receipt. This must be the last one. Okay, so far this is what we have. So here we have to pass in. So if you just go here create the draggable. So if you just come here and for sure copy this one inside the while we have the so inside the column, the same is inside the column, and inside what we have here, we can just do this, and we can just import the draggable from there, draggable item. We pass in the key, ID, task. Okay. We don't need index here since we already have the task.id. So to the draggable item that we just created, we need to pass in something. I believe it is the next item here, the draggable component. Okay, I can first copy here on top. Okay, and okay, okay, and then we have to pass in these props. So ID and task. We are passing in here in the column. We are passing in the ID and the task. So if you go to the draggable, we need to receive here ID. Okay, ID here ID and task, and we can just say ID is of type string and task is of type task, just like this. Here you can see we have them as draggable props. You could just also come here and add this like here, like this, draggable, I believe. And then this one is having like, this is task. Okay, and then we don't need this key here. Don't need the key. Then we just have to get these attributes, and then this one is attribute listeners, and then use draggable. Then we have here another function, transform the for styles. Okay. Then in this first div, we can pass in like this, the ref. Okay. Yes. I think that's all we need to do for now. We don't have any errors so far. Okay. We can just say continue. Implement the drag and drop logic. So let's implement the handle drag end function to update the task status when it is dragged into a new column. So you remember this handle drag end. So the drag end function I don't know where it's, I think it was in the taskboard or something. How to drag in this one here. So inside here, I'm just going to go ahead and get this here. Okay, just going to just copy it once again, and I'm just going to replace it here. I don't know where it's supposed to be located. Is it supposed to be located in this, or because I'm seeing here over and active, this is getting active task, and is getting it from, so here what do we have? We have the active module. So active task is active task. This one is okay. So if active task and active task the status is not equal to this, const new modules. um I don't know where the module thing comes in, because like we don't need to tamper with the modules, because the modules themselves are not being dragged or anything. Let's go ahead and see. So we get the active task. Okay. If active task and active task the status is that, so this is the point where we I'm just going to see, I think that's where update the database, create a server action to update. I'm just going to first the understanding the drag. Okay, and just see here in the drag and here active tasks. We get them here. If active task and active task is not over this, optimistically update the UI, and then here you can see just like writing this to update the trying to get this. I don't know how they are putting the active. We have the active module. I don't know how it is getting these. Okay, here we have our modules from database. It gets the active module, and this is what is being supplied to the Kanban, and the user and the project ID. Okay, so inside here, this is where we do everything. Okay, it has module set module. Okay, okay, I understand this. Let's first get this. So just creating like a new here. Let's just like go here and add this. Use state, and here module you can get this from. So this one is going to be the active, to be the initial module. So I don't know what is getting this one from types. This is like a use of module data sync, just like this. And let's make this one to be a use client. Okay, I understand this. Okay, so we have the sensors. I guess they are using all the same thing here. They use sensor, mouse sensor. See? Uh, okay, the sensors we have use sensor, pointer sensor. We have mouse sensor, touch sensor. Like here, we have mouse sensor, use sensor, and you have this pointer and also the keyboard. We can also, I think, add these ones. Pointer sensor, keyboard sensor, and it is sortable keyboard. Let's see why it's getting this. Okay. The keyboard is coming from, so you can just like copy this also. Mm, okay. Um, I remember these things, all of them actually, like import CSS. You, I don't know why we already have them or what. Mm, okay, I just go down here and we see. So you can see that inside here we have the use sensors, and then we have this hand drag this thing here. Okay, you can see this. Just wait a second. So you can see we have the active task in both ends. So you can just say here active and over. Just see here it says if there is no over, return, which is just like the same thing of doing this whole thing. You can just like do this if there is no over, return. And then so you okay, can just like continue. So to go the active task, and you can see it is module.tasks. So it is now using you instead actually. So here, since we made it the active module to be this, so here is like mod the tasks, which should be correct. So it gets the active task, the task. So you're just like getting the ID, the task of the item again, right? And it's saying It also just got here this we don't have why, but here we there is something else they got the over container over.id as this. Okay. And then here there is an if statement now. If active task and active task status is not equal to over container. So there is, okay, I think this is the same statement um, here. If the active task and active task status is not equal to over.id, okay, then we need to you can see const updated task. So you can see it creates here the updated tasks. I think this is what they wanted to do here. So here we get the updated tasks, which is module.tasks.map, and we just add this. Um, I think here they use it is not equal to over container. I don't know if I need to do that. Is not equal to over container, but I think it's the same ID, I believe. Okay, so then after getting the updated tasks, so you can see automatically update the UI by setting the module. So you actually give the module this new thing, all right? Okay, so let me see here. So basically, I'm just going to remove all these here and add this set module to that. Now we need to write this update task status, which takes in the active ID over as task status. Actually, just like uh, doesn't matter. So we need to create this. We just need to create this. I'm just going to go here in the tasks. We need to create the one for update task. So we have update by ID, takes in the ID and the data. I'm just going to see if I can just use this one. Just going to pass in this. Okay, so we need to pass in this as a string. And here just have to pass in an object which has status equal to this. Maybe just say const data is equal to status. Let's pass this here. You just need to pass in the data. So this data has to have is missing the following props. Uh, so I don't know if we just like pass these ones as null. So, okay, and let me see now. Type null is not assignable. Type string. Okay, I'm just going to create a new endpoint which actually just like update task status. Update task status. So I'm just going to create this one. Okay, so like here in the tasks, so I'm just going to actually create this update task status, which takes in actually this and the status. So it should take in the status, which is of type task status. Okay, and then here we're just going to pass in data, and then we can just say here status, just like that. Okay, I think this one is going to be okay. So here you don't need to pass in the data, you just need to pass in this. Need to pass in over ID, just like that. And if it's supposed to be like a weight or something. It's supposed to be like a weight. So you can't just like here draw a try catch actually the way they did here. And I'm just going to copy actually this try catch block, this one. And just do a try catch here. So cut this and do a try catch. And in the try, we're just going to say to await. And then that means like this has to be async function. This one, the handle async. Okay. And then in the catch, you can see here, just going to copy try here in the catch. Initial module. What was the initial module? Okay, the initial module here is equal the task. The for our case is the the active module. And that means like I think the one you passing down is supposed to be, so it's supposed to pass in down and use that module. Okay, so here you're supposed to use that module here. And the calculation, I think, okay. I think that's why the container needed to include, because we're just going to recalculate the percentage, because it takes in the active module, and the active module is going to be also pre-calculated upon complete. Okay, I think I'm just going to bring that. That is for sure. So in the task board, so let's first go back here and see what we left here. So we can just like actually go ahead and bring this part here, and we will see what it requires. So I'm just going to cut this, go to the task board, and so this is going to be put just on top here. Okay. Let's first bring the task form and the module ID. We have already the active. So you just need to bring this thing which calculates the percentage actually. Okay. So let me just get the calculation which calculates the percentage. Let the percentage completion equals 0. All tasks. Let's see how this was calculated. Is calling the this calculate uh, percentage completion. What is that function? It is here. It takes in the tasks. Let me just also have this. Just going to go with it in the task board. Let's function somewhere. Like here. Okay. And, you can see we used it in a very interesting way here. So you just get the this by using that module. So it should work. Okay. So we can now have this here coming here, just like this. Okay. Moving on with this. Everything seems to be right, but let's see here. What did he pass in the context? So I'm seeing here we pass in the sensors on drag and collision detection. This is for, so we can just like pass in this in the context sensors on drag and you see here. So sensors is sensors on collision on drag and we have both the functions, so we can just like remove like really one function, they're the same. Then we have sensors, we can also remove the sensors, we have them already. And then we have on drag and then the only one we're adding is collision detection. And these cross corners, where are we getting them? So closest corners come from the core. So if I just come here, like they come from the core. Okay, so let's just see after this context, you can see that we have so surrounded by here this, we pass in this one, and then immediately we have this one as sortable context. Hmm. We have it as a sortable context. So like the one we're doing and takes in the key and the items plus the strategy. This one as if it is just actually giving me the drag and drop between this feels like a drag and drop between these lists, not this. This one is just like doing drag and drop within. Okay, just going to first see what we have on the many errors we have. We took times out looking at the UI, but the UI is still standing actually, which is surprising. The moving actually looks like draggable. Whoa, actually it went there. Did you see that? It did move, right? Into that. Okay. I think we should just give it like a drag or something. Can I just go to the column? Not a column. I think the draggable item itself actually. Can I just say cursor, maybe drag or something? There was a cursor where you have like move or drag. Or there is grab. Let's say first see cursor move. Yeah. Looks like you can drag this and you can see this as updated on the UI optimistically as it said actually. So you can optimistically, we have changed this one task done. So if you want to confirm this is by refreshing, and this is actually changed the actual position. Wow, this is good. You still have like some crooked like passing behind, but that's cool. I can just like move this. Like I'm wondering where it is passing in between. Which could we pass? I don't know. Like there's this mean like we could just like give it a z index of 50. Like these two really drag from the top. I don't know. Still have it dragging from behind. That is seriously not a good user experience. I don't know how we can just like do that, but the dragging itself is actually happening. Like we have the drag really happening between these, and it takes like slips. Something is missing. I feel like let's first go to this where we have this we have the drag here. Okay, we have the update status, which is okay. We have both done this. Optimize performance by this, and is the I don't know which one is this. Is putting draggable in a memo. Like we make the whole thing to be a memo. Previous code. If this is so like yes, export const is equal memo function. I don't know how this thing of memo actually works. So you can just like say like memo. I don't know how this works really. Like now, like does it work like the way we see async function? I have no idea about this and supposed to work for sure. I think this one launch is responsible for the drag. Let's first see if there is where cloud is having that thing. Okay, so we have here this sortable task where we use the CSS transform things. We have them where sortable task. You can see actually this one gave it a cursor of move actually. Let's first see here. In this draggable component, this one used the attributes listeners from use draggable. Now this one actually just getting them from use sortable. I don't know which one. I think sortable is for sorting. within a vertical. So I think it uses the vertical strategy. And then the style is, I think, the same: translate, transform. I think it must be something to do with the CSS. And I'm just going to tell you maybe for this one, I don't think like this one also did the sortable. So I think I'm just going to tell this and that we're having a behavior of this is passing behind instead of on the top. And this is like must be a problem to do with the CSS. Let's first say add another task. Second task. Okay, I can drag this. I don't know why it is passing behind. Let first my drag is working, but the draggable item when dragged when dragged is not passing on top of the column. From the I think it's not passing on front. Let's see what is saying. We may just estimate a draggable component and avoid over layout. So we have to use our draggable here. So I think has something to do with the CSS. As you can see here, is actually trying to modify the CSS part of the thing. I'm not also good with this. It's like it's just like a normal style, and he has brought in other new things. I think that we're supposed to pass in this use, like is dragging. There is still one more error though. the style. So let's see. Okay, saying transform string z index string position. I'm just going to give it this a type. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to copy this. So here is giving these the styles, and we can import this from React, and we are good. Let's see if there is any improvement to the UI. Most like on the dragging, we still have the same issue. The thing just goes from down. Okay. We just keep really seeing what we can do with the styles. But importantly is that the dragging is working. Um, I don't know what else to ask because yeah, really they have tried to, let me just maybe also add on these ones. Okay, there is something they actually did here on the class name. Okay. So it's saying you have to use this. If his dragging is true, then it shows this one. So we could just recreate. Okay. Okay, it has added this effect while you are moving it. I don't know why the feeling of going from behind. I'm just going to look at the Z index. I've given it a very big figure. Okay. I wonder where these pointer events, where the pointer events. Okay, I think these ones here. Okay, I think we're just going to be we'll be improving this uh, to get the sense of dropping it. But right now it is actually working, and we can have these ones dragging and changing the status. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to continue just a second. Hello. Um, so after taking a break, I took a break and then I started looking at the solutions that we had after implementing the first time when we implemented this had a lot of issues, more especially when it comes to dragging this the draggable item or dragging this item over into other cards. But after some time, I actually sat down and debugged, and I got up with some nice solution. As you can see, I can now drag it really, and it has really doesn't show that it has any problem. As you can see, you drag it here and you can see it has actually moved. So I went ahead and I did this, and I want to go through so far what we have so that you can have the same exact code with what I have. Okay. Still there is still a problem that I'm just going to later on show you, and I see if we can actually be able to address it. So let's start. As you can see, this whole thing is made up of really is made up of really different components, but then we have this whole entire page that is fetching and giving us this data. Then from the page, we have this the active module. As you can see in the project modules, you can have this the active module, and this active module is the one we are displaying here. And that's why we have two major components. We have this page, which is applying the active module to this we are calling the task board. So this task board is the one which is having the module name, the this percentage, and all these things. Okay. And then this one is inside the task board. We have another component which is a column. So this one is a column here, and then in a column we have this one called a draggable item. So that's how we come up to have three components making up this. Okay, so starting from, i'm just going to go I'm just going to go to the project modules here. So this is the place where we are actually fetching all the necessary data. We are fetching these we have these getting the modules from a particular project. As you can see, we have the project ID, and then we get the modules, and then from these modules we have also the module ID here, and we can actually easily get the active module. After getting the active module, it is exactly what we are sending in this task board. So in the task board, we send there the active module, and most importantly, this active module, you can see it has a title, but it actually also has the tasks. Okay, this one you're going to see that, yeah, the task in the task board, that this is of type module data, where module data actually has this list of tasks, and this is what we base on the tasks that we base on to display on these columns. So within the task board, it is where actually everything starts from. It is why you actually get all these things from the core, you can see we have the sortable, and we also have this DND core as we install these ones, and it is from which we actually initialize, and actually most work is all done within this taskboard. We define the context, and on this context is where we add the on drag start and on drag end, and these are very important when it comes to our functionality we want. In the drag end is where we define what is supposed to happen when you drag things. Okay, when you drag things, what should happen? And then on drag start is what should happen while you are dragging, and at the start, as you can see, it actually gives this feel that actually this item is moving, but in actual sense the original one is still here until this is dropped here. So these two are very nice. And then this collision detection is just to help for smooth transitions. So this is why we define this. You define the context, and then you can see you passing these three things, the sensors, and the sensors you can define them here. And all these different parts are all coming from this DND core. And then you have also the handle drag start and handle drag end. And most work is done in the handle drag end, where you do a lot of comparisons. Now, I actually went ahead and I put this, I abstracted this code and I added it in the documentation. And the reason, because you might want to use it in any other project. You might want to use it in any other project. So it is important that we have it abstracted. Here, you just come to the docs and look for Kanban drag and drop. And then I just actually put for you these the necessary components. You can see, for instance, the taskboard, you actually have all the code for the taskboard here abstracted, and then you have the column component, and you also finally have this draggable item. So you have all the three components that make up this Kanban, and you can just actually replicate this in any other project. Okay, so the most important thing with the handle drag end, after this everything has been actually dragged over, what is most important is that we have to make an update to the database, most especially changing, updating the here you can see that there is an update. Sorry, here you have to update the database with the status, because every time you actually drag over, like when you drag this to this, it actually has now the status. The status has changed to of this, and now it will be now having in progress. That's why it is able to show up in progress. So you have to change the status, and that's why we actually change the status here. And if it fails, of course, we have to go back and set the original one, the original status. But that's what we are aiming to do in this. And this whole thing here is to make sure we have the active one. We select this. When you select this like this will becomes the active, and that's why we need it. And the other problem we had previously of dragging, and this one goes from inside, like you move it, and then to move instead of from on top, it moves from down. We solved it using this bring in another thing called the overlay. So there is, if you just go to the context here and you minimize this, no, actually just minimize this, you will see that at the end of the context, there is this drag overlay. And drag overlay creates a second item, as you can see, a draggable item. And where it is just saying dragging is false. Okay, if active and active task, you can see how the draggable item here, it has this is dragging set to false. And this drag overlay is the one which is responsible for making this actually pass on top. That's why I added it here. Okay, as I've said, you have still access to this implementation here, so you shouldn't actually worry. And so another thing we just have is the column. So inside here we have a column, and in the most importantly in the column we send the this the module. I think is this module ID, active ID. I think we send the tasks status, which is going to be actually like an ID, a use draggable ID. So if we reach inside here, we use this use droppable, and we set the ID, and then we can just use this now draggable, and you can see here in the draggable you pass is dragging. Okay, and then finally we have also the draggable item. So I feel like you just like need to go through. The only thing we just like added is this like for instance is dragging, you can see is having opacity of 0, and if for instance I put the opacity of 30 here, you will see that this I just like yes, so you can see this. Okay, you can see like they are like two. So there is the active one. When you are when it is active, we just like this is the one who is the ovary. We have the one for the ovary and the one which is the original. So we have to hide one, okay, so that we get a feeling of having one. You have the one you're dragging, the one which sits active, and still the original which is still in place, and it is trying to actually follow this one wherever it is going. And that's why while dragging, you can just make this one to have opacity of 0. And now if you just do that, now you can drag this without any problems. Okay, so this one is implemented. Now what's the problem we have currently? We still have a problem, more especially if you add one more task. So if you add a task here, I'm just going to see how we can just solve this. If I come and I add a new task here, and I add. Oh, okay. I think I'd not refreshed. There is no problem. After adding this a new task, you can see it refreshes and it gives us back this task here, and then you can start like dragging it around. So we are just good. And when you move this to completed, it automatically updates here this percentage completion, and this one will have this. If you take it back here, you can see it still also goes away. So this is really good, and I like this. Right now we are having it really working so well. So now that we are done with this side, which was actually bothering me so much, now we just need to go back to the project, and eventually we go back to. So here basically on this, um, what I would want to do onto these ones. Okay. If you go to the detail, sorry, not to edit. I just want to go. If you go to, why am I clicking on that? What I would want is, I was thinking of having some sort of a place to have like comments for this particular module. But I think since we have the project itself has these comments, let's just utilize this. This person utilizes these the comments. If he has any comment, either on the modules, notes, or anything, let's just use this centralized place for the comments. Okay. So basically, this side, what you are remaining with is inviting new members, and this one, inviting actually members. And also you're going to see like you can invite also a client. So just going to look at those in a second. Okay, how you can invite members, but there is one thing that we need to clear also on the way to get done, and this is like with the payments. So if you just go to the payments, we have the invoices. If you just go here like this, there is something that an finished business this side, and more especially to do with the printing and also sending of this. Okay. So here we just need to have this print functionality working. Okay. So this, I think there is a package of with the one you have been using all the time. I think is React to print. We can first add that functionality for printing so that we just know it is also out of the way and we concentrate on other things. I'm just going to assume it is this one. I guess so. Okay, let me just first go ahead and just install this package. Okay, I'm just going to go here. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and find what there is this invoice we are going to print. I don't know where this is. Where is it? Let's first see where it is located. It is located project invoice. Okay, so here on top here we have project invoice. Okay, and the at the end of this video, I have a big news to break to you. Have some good news I have for you, so just keep watching. So here just have to have project invoice and make sure please you have liked the video. Yeah, at least first give a video a like and so that YouTube can recommend it to others. So we have these components so far here. Okay, and there is this invoice details that we get by get invoice by ID, and it is what we're utilizing here. So the first thing I'm just going to do is actually converting this into creating another component out of this to be able to implement this. As I have already said, use the page to fetch the data, and then I will just like use the page to fetch the data. So I'm just going to go ahead and the copy and just get everything here. Just copy like this. I'm just going to go and create an invoice. Okay. So you can just go to components, and within the components, let's create an invoice. So you can just say invoice, your TSX, and then you can actually, sorry, you can just say RFC, and then inside here, you can actually just copy everything here. So as you can see, we have this invoice details, obviously, that we need to pass in. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass in the invoice here, invoice details. Okay, and the invoice details are going to be of type. So if you want to see the type here nicely, we just simply go back to the invoice, and inside this invoice you can see we have this get invoice. Checking on this, we can see what is there. Okay, so this is what is being returned. Okay, so we need to create this. Okay, we need to create this here. We have the payment. So I'm just going to go ahead and create an object of this type. So I'm just going to go types, and inside the types, we just need to create invoice, type of invoice details. I don't think we have anything to do with invoice. Okay, invoice. Okay, we have actually some things in the invoice. Okay, so I'm just going to put here this export type invoice details, and this is going to take in these three things here. So the first one is the invoice which takes in the payment. So you can just say payment, and this one we can just actually get this from the Prisma client. Let's just see if this has actually come from the. I can just click on this and I see it. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is okay. So we have the payment, then we have the user. So you can just say here type. Maybe we call this one user because we might just have like another thing here going on. We just call this interface. And then you can just like have something like this. And now to get this similarly to the client, like a client here. Maybe it's also called iClient since we are taking this. So I'm just going to go here and give this the iUser, and then this one is going to be the iClient. Just like this. Now let's go ahead and get these things we just used for these ones. So you could just go up here to actions in these payments here. So you can see like in the user, I think we have almost the same things. In the client, we have these ones. So you can just go ahead and just copy these. Okay. And you can just go back to the types and in the client here. I'm just going to paste this. The name is a string. A phone is a string. Email is a string. And here's a string. Here is also a string. Okay, and let me just go back and I get the one for the user. So this is the user. Okay, and all these ones, I'm just going to do this. All these ones are string, email, phone, email, company, phone description, and user logo. So now I'm just going to go and use this invoice details, and I'm just going to use it to where we have there the invoice. I'm just going to define that this is of this type. Okay, invoice details from the types. Okay, and we can just get the button here from the UI, link from next link, and this one from Lucid. And you can see this one takes in the project. So I think we need to pass that mail. Then here printer. Okay, we have other things here like this get no more data. Okay, no more date. Let's get these functions here. We have some things here. Tax, invoice dot tax. I don't know if tax is actually not on the payment. Okay, and this is exactly why I needed to get the payment. And what is this actually? Can I just like remove this? So if you just go back to the invoice details here, we still have a problem of this payment. So to get the actual information or the actual data, I'm just going to come here and I'm just going to get the payment as, so you can put comma here and as maybe I payment. Okay, so we can just like use this here on this invoice details. You can just like use this. So this problem we have this side is going to go away. We have this, where are we having this? I have no idea. But you can just say go back to components here. So now we have one error only. And this is for this project, back to the project. And we can also just pass this we here. And you can just say pass project, and then you pass also project as a string. So in this one, we don't have any problem right now. The only thing we just want to make is that we want to make this one a use client. And let me just go back. Just go back to the invoice. So we can just, of course, right now go ahead and call the invoice just like this. And then this one takes into things, this invoice details. Okay, and it takes in the invoice details, which is going to be actually invoice details, and then the project to be the project. Okay, and we have the static with this one, and this is because of null. So if this is null, so alternatively we can also just have here, I can just like bring here like this. You can do another if statement down here. If there is no invoice details, um, maybe dot client or any of these. Okay, we could return mm, hmm. If you just look at this, let's first read this. Type this is not assignable. Okay, so we could just go here and we could do something like this. Just like do invoice details and like this. So this one takes in this. Should take on this. It doesn't stop it from being now. Okay, we can just like simply leave everything like this, and then we're just going to go here in this and we say this is invoice details or actually null. Let's see if this one still we have problems. Jesus, what are you talking about? uh Data, this user, owner, client, owner, type invoice, type now and able to invoice details. So like, mm, I don't know what the type of this. It has like the user and then has like this owner. Okay, so you could just like also go ahead and inside this invoice details. I think these ones should also have, oh, nah, even this one, oh, null. I don't know if this one also has null. We can check. We can check here. Okay. We could, I don't know if we could just like make uh something like no invoice details dot client. Okay, not client, dot user. Like we could like check for these. I don't know here what is the complaint for sure. Okay, alternatively, what we can also do is type string on horizontal type string. Jesus, like it has like I tell you what is about this project here. Mm. So since this one we're just getting it from the params, we can just say as string. This one is very easy, sort of, but then this one. So what we can also do is what we can also do is to this function, we can just say that return this. I don't know if we can just say as invoice details like this. Okay, and then we just go back here, so you can see the problem is actually gone. So just go and set this here. So now we are good. So if you just go back to the invoice, everything is good. Okay, so what I just want right now, we should just be still having our invoice running exactly the same. So now that we have added this one, let's see how we can implement the print function to this. So calling from a class component, so we don't need anything to do with a class component. We want a functional component. So the first thing is you have two things. You have the component to print. As you can see here, you can first import these two things. The use ref and the, so I'm just going to get this here. I have this hook. They expose this use to react to print. So you can just also come and define here the ref, and inside here you can just go ahead and define these two things, the component ref and this handle this. Now this component dot ref you are seeing here, we need to define what to be printed. So the first thing is here on top we have back, and then we have the buttons. Where are the buttons? Okay, the button is sent. So here then we have the button. So we basically have this, and the actual thing to print starts from here. So this is why we define the ref. Okay, we can define the ref here to be the component ref, I think. Component ref. Ref is the component ref. Why is this? Um, and print, we have the content is equal component ref here dot current. Wait a second. So this one, they're saying about TypeScript. Define is inside of type. This one, just add this. Okay. So basically, we can just also use this. You can even customize. So here, okay, and this is content to print. You just pass it as the ref. Yeah. And you, okay. Then on the button that prints, we just now put this on click here. I'm just going to go ahead and just go to this button. That's why we put them here, so that we don't actually put them in what is going to be printed. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see if I just refresh, click on print, and you can see that this actually goes ahead and prints this one on the A4, fitting in very well, as you can see here. Okay, so yeah, this is really nice. This is really nice. Already working. You can save this to PDF. If I save this to PDF, it will just go here and I can save it like PDF or something. And they did like, and there is a line. This, I think there is a line. This here, I can see a line. Mm, So here, this is the title they are talking about. You can say print this document. So here, you can just say here the invoice. We can even just generate this from the invoice details. Well, we can just say print the invoice. A simple name like that. And you can set as this before printing and after printing if you want to execute. Okay, and I'm just wondering if my PDF saved. Okay, can just take a look. Yeah. So you can see this is very okay. Very okay. If you're just going to print it, you can see it is still very okay, much okay. Okay, great. So that one is done. How about sending the sending to the client? Now, we could also just hide that button to using state. We can just say, sorry, using the session. We only show that button if the logged in person is a user and has a role of a user. Otherwise, we don't want to show that button. So the easiest way we could do this is could be sending this side, and since this is a use client, the easiest one would be sending the session here. And I could just go here and I also get the role. So I could just say const session is equal to await get server. We could just use this get auth user. It would still give us this. And you could just say this one could be user. And you could just go here and say const role is equal to user.role for now. And then we can pass this role, we pass it to this. Okay. So role is equal to role. Now the type of role here, you can see here they're just defining it as a string. We can also define it as a string or undefined. Okay, so here we can just say role, and then here is role is string or undefined. And then we can just come and hide one of these buttons, the one that says send to the client. Okay, so if you want to hide this one, you just only check if the error is equal to user. Okay, and then you just say and this. So if the error is something else, for instance, right now the role is of a user, so we should just be able to see this. But if you are logged in as a client, then this one will not show up. So what happens if we send to the client? I think we should just like send them this page. We could just like send them the invoice details. We could send them the invoice details, and then we just say here, if I go to React email and they have brought, I'm also not sure if they will work. They have brought new templates and new components and React email really, but basically we want to send them like we just want a simple template, very simple actually. Use these two for, I think, okay. I think we could just like send these. There is also this one. This is too much, of course. I just want just like a simple thing. Now we could just also customize, send all the data, invoice date, and all that, but I don't think it is really necessary. We could just send them, just going to send them a link. Okay, we just send them this link that your invoice for this payment is here, and then this is here, and then yeah, this is just enough. When he clicks on the link, then he can just go ahead and print the invoice, or he can actually have that reference. Yeah, you can just go ahead and download it, and we'll also have these invoices. Still will have them when he accesses the client area. He still have access to them. So the only thing we just need to do is this, and I'm just going to go ahead and get this copy. I'm just going to simply go to, I don't know if we already have email templates in this components. There must be somewhere I have like emails or something. I think in this one there is no involving sending like an email. Okay. So I'm just going to do right now is inside here, I'm just going to put email templates. We're also going to have a lot of templates. Okay, so let's say email templates. Maybe we could just like write them as like email templates and stock. This first one is going to be the invoice link, go to tsx. Okay, and then paste everything from here. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is go ahead and install this, the React email. So just simply go here and let's go back to React email and the component, sorry, not components. I just want to go to the docs and you can just go this installation. Okay, not this one. Let's go to the manual setup and this is why you just go ahead and install this. So just go ahead and install this React email and then the React email components. Okay, so can you just like copy these two? Let's go and run them. We can just go ahead and run these ones here. Okay. Then let's be just changing some things here. There is only magic link. We just change that in a second. Let's get the base URL. This base URL is going to be here. I'm just going to say next fabric, next fabric. I wonder we don't have next fabric base URL. How comes we don't have that? So we could just go here and I thought we have next fabric base URL. Okay, I'm just going to duplicate this and down here I'm just going to add next fabric base URL. Next fabric base URL, just like this. And then here just going to be this next fabric base URL. Okay. Um, so here I'm just going to just simply remove this here. And the okay, this one I think was put for the logo. We aren't interested in the logo. We're interested in the link. The image, let me see how this template looks like. Okay, this, we're just going to remove that logo. We don't need it. So I will just go and remove this image here. We just remain with the title and the link, and that's it. And this, even this one, let's remove this. Okay, so basically we actually don't need this. Okay, of course we'll need it up there but not inside here. Okay, so let's see other things we can remove. Paste regard is, I think, is okay. Just going to remove this BR tag. Let's be one word here. And we can just like put the name of the client here and this one. Okay, so let's just go and see the data you're just going to send in here. So first of all, we want the link. So I'm just going to call this one invoice link. So this one also call it invoice link. The invoice link template. Okay. So come just here and this is going to be invoice link. And even this is going to be invoice link props. Invoice link props. And just get these props to here. Okay. So the first one we have the magic link. So this one's going to be just like the invoice link. Invoice link. And then invoice link. That is the only thing. Maybe we could also pass in this, since this is this, we need to pass in this one here. We have to just say payment invoice from, so we can also pass in the preview. So let's pass in here this preview. Preview. Okay. Uh, Preview. And this preview is going to, this one's going to be the invoice link. And the preview is going to go here. So here is going to be the preview. And we can just give this one like some, I can just say here payment invoice, maybe for the second installment. Okay, made and date maybe 23rd, blah blah. So just going to create this in this format. Okay. Then there is a title here. And it's just going to be almost the same. So let me just come here. So the title is going to be almost the same. So here title. Payment invoice for the second installment made on date this. And this one is also just going to go here. Title. And then body, the paragraph. And we could just like, let me see. We could just like send something here before this. And you can just say, hoping you're doing fine. Hoping you're doing fine. Here is the payment invoice made for the Doing fine. Here is your payment invoice. Okay. Click the link below to download it. To download or view details. Okay. So this is enough text, and then you click, and then here paste regards. Okay. Then here just going to pass the username. So here just going to pass the username. Okay, the username. Let's go here best regards, and we can just put the username here. And then we have these. We can just actually remove this. Maybe we can just like leave this one. Even these ones are not required. So just remove all this. Okay. Yeah, just to make it as simple as possible. Okay, so now we have these ones. So the next thing is actually create here. I'm just going to create here something called emails. .ts. I'm just going to come here and say use server like this, and you could just go ahead and also copy some of the starting point here. Emails. So I don't need this, but I just want to say create. In fact, send invoice link. So here just say send invoice link. Okay. One thing we can also do is exporting the sorry, we can export the invoice link here, this interface. So just export this so that we can use this interface invoice link props. So here is going to take in data of type invoice link props. Okay, then we just want to do this. So try catch. We just want to simply send an email. I'm just going to simply go also on this, and you can just go to resend. Scroll down here where we have resend. And so install dependencies, resend, and the resend node. So just want resend. Okay. When this npm install resend, we already have React components. So you can just simply just say npm install resend. And then now we have this here. So the template, we already have it. Now we can just like call it like this. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this await. In this try import to resend. Import import to resend. Oh, I think this is also just like imported here from resend, just like this. Here you have to pass in the API key for resend. So just be leave it like that. So I wait. Resend.image.send and then from and then to. So here we need to have more, I think more data here. And that has to have, actually, we don't need to have this. We could pass in, like, we could just also use like the invoice. We don't have any problem with this. The fact that we have all this data, we could just pass in invoice details as the data. And then when you reach here, we have all this, more especially two here. Okay, this would be data dot, you don't need to put this. Okay, data dot client dot email. Okay, just like this, and you can just do this. Subject. Okay, we have the subject, and the subject is also can be generated. We just want to say invoice, so I'm just going to put something like this. Uh, Payment invoice for the payment. Invoice for the payment made on, and you can just say here. I think we could just also get the date, const date, date is get, like, get normal date, and then we pass in as invoice, pass in a data dot invoice dot, there is invoice dot, I believe, something like that. Date. Okay, so this, now we can just use this date within here, like this, date. Okay, then for this template, let's just go ahead and pass in the template we want, which is the invoice link. What's wrong with this invoice link? Export default invoice link. I don't know why it is not accepting here. Invoice link is, okay. First of all, let's get it done here. Okay, I don't know if this will work. I don't know why it cannot use at components. Can it use at? What is that I've done? Just see here if you put at like this. Okay, so we have the invoice link component. And you're saying invoice refers to a value, but it's being used as a type here. Did you mean? So sometimes I think just because of this, I don't know why, like, if you just like don't make this, it doesn't. If you just like do TS, I don't know why it always have issues. So this we can now pass in the we can pass in all these ones. Okay, so we have to create the invoice link. Actually, also send the invoice link here. So the problem again, we don't want to add anything here, so I'm just going to send it alone. Invoice link, which is going to be a string. Okay, so invoice link is going to be invoice link. Preview is going to be invoice. Let's first see this payment invoice. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. So here, just going to say, just going to generate here this the preview const title. Just call this one as a title, which is going to be equal this payment invoice for the. So we can just get a title on the invoice by just doing data. Data dot invoice dot title made on date. So you can just like use this date. Okay, and then we can just like pass this as both the preview here, the title, and when the username is going to be data dot user dot name. Okay, and the of course you can just like pass in this. Okay, so great. We have this send, so you can just go ahead and access this. And first of all, don't forget to pass in this here, and this is going to be resend. So you say here process dot mv dot resend. Okay, I thought we have already like resend API key. We don't have any resend. Okay, so I'm just going to get my resend API key and add it here. Of course, when you're doing these projects, as I've said, just get like one client, or you have to buy your own domain, and then from that domain, please go ahead and get the API key. So I'm just going to pause the video. I put my resend API key, then we'll move on. Okay. So I've added my API key. So here just can just say resend process.mv resend API key. So please just add your resend API key here, then everything will be okay. Now another thing here, you could actually, instead of calling this as a component like this, there are two ways. I was seeing in the documentation, the earlier days, how they used to call this. If you want to remain this with TS, okay, let me first bring back this one. If you just say this email.ts, so if you do this, you see this one actually doesn't being recognized and you have even these errors. So there is another way they used to call this one. I'm just going to cut this. So instead here, you used to call this as a function. So you just create, for instance, invite link and then like this, and then you pass in these all these ones are passed in these props. Let me just copy them from here. So all these props here, you pass them inside, and you can just go ahead and remove this one. You can just go ahead and pass these here. Okay. So you can pass invoice link. I think you're supposed to put commas. So you have to pass in, for instance, so I think at this point, if you pass them like this, you have to pass like invoice link and then the preview here. I think you can just like instead now use preview as this. Um, Preview. Let me see. Title. You can just like pass the title like this. Username. So you can just like define all these ones here. For instance, here, and you say preview, and then you can pass in the preview here, and then you can get the username. This here. And then you can pass in the username. So this still also works. I think this just I don't know if that's like the recommended way, but you see for them here they did this. You can also do that, but if you do this, then you have to make it a TSX. So it's all about you how you want to make that. Then two here, and then from this is for we can just say here uh, maybe project pro. So you can just say first put the project pro, and then we can just like add the email here. So you have to add the email. I don't still remember how you do this. You're supposed to put here, for instance, jb at this is hub .com. Now this email you put here, the email itself like this, the first one, it doesn't matter. What matters is the domain, and they will check this deshub.com if it matches with the API key you specified. So make sure whatever you put here is actually matching and it works. Okay. Make sure of that before you do that. Um, I just want to go to resend very fast. I just go to resend. Okay, just want to go to recent docs. Okay, so if you just go to Next.js here, yeah, so you see for them they will just like actually they use this. So you see from their side of React email and this side of Next.js, you can see here how they pass in this. So you have the email template and then these ones you pass them like this. Okay. Yeah, you can pass the values like this. Another thing you can see, you can put from and you can see this. And you have these quotes and then you can pass in the name of the company you want, like the way I did here, Project Pro. And then you can have in these angle brackets, you can just go ahead and pass in the email that this is from. And this one must be a certified or verified domain with the API key that you are using. Okay, so having done that, let's just go ahead and see if we can just get this done. Or like we first give it a try and see if this is going to bring something. So since you're not knowing the client email, I'm just going to first actually go ahead and put my email here so that we actually test. So I'm just going to put here, sorry. Uh, I'm just going to say here client email. So const client mail is equal to this. So I'm just going to first actually put mine. So I will put here so that we can look at it. Okay, we just like put like this is info and this is hub. Info this hub at gmail.com. Let's remove this. Oh, okay. I'm just going to say all for now. So then here we can just say to client email. So it's going to send on this and we can just like check if this is the correct email. So I just go to my emails and just confirm here. Okay, just like this. Yeah. Okay, you can see I had it wrong. I just like pasted the correct one here, like they said the sub.info. Okay. So we just want to give it a try and see if this is going to work. We just have to call this send invoice link. I'm just going to go back to the invoice. It's here and we have this button here, send to clients. And this will just say on click, just going to have handle send invoice. Okay, handle send invoice, and we're just going to go ahead and create that. So we can just have here an async function, handle send invoice like this, and then we can just like have a try catch. and you can say const response is equal to await, and then you are having this. Okay, just going to pass in those two things just in a second. So I'm just going to go here and first of all call this, get this, and let's put it here. For here, just going to say console.log error. I'm just also going to create one state const, the one of loading set loading, which is equal to use state. Okay, use state. Let's set the default false, and here just say set loading to true, and then here just going to say set loading to false, and you can also just say toast dot success invoice sent. Okay, and then here we have of course set loading to false. Okay, here we have to pass in the data. Okay, first of all, let's create the invoice link. So I'm just gonna say const base URL. First of all, base URL is equal to process dot mv dot next public base URL. Okay, and then now you can just say const. Let's first get the path name. So you say the path name is equal to use, I think, path name. Okay. So path name. Um, we could just like actually create this. You don't need the path name. We just know this is the. I'm just going to copy this. So you can just say construct this. Just say const link invoice link. We don't need to use the path name. We can just like really generate this. So this first one here is the base URL, base URL, and then project invoice, and then this is the invoice ID. So this one is the invoice ID. So I'm just going to pass in here dollar, and here just going to say is going to be invoice details dot invoice dot ID. So this one will just get us the invoice ID, and then we can pass in the project slug. Which is going to be here. So this is the project actually. So um, here, and the one we passed in as project. Okay, and then here we can just pass in two things. You can see it wants invoice data, which we have invoice details plus the invoice link, just like this. And okay, so we could just um, this can be also null. Okay, can be null, and with all these now they have to be question mark. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it. I'm not going to make it null. Okay, I just first come here. Let me just remove the null. So they just also from here. That this one is not going to be null, so I'm just going to say as invoice as invoice details. Okay. So just going to send this response. If everything is okay, then we'll toast and see what we can get. So for now, let's go ahead and refresh. And you see everything is still okay. Print still works. Okay. And let's try sending now. Since we have the loading state, we can just use it on this. I can just say, first of all, disabled is going to be equal to loading. And the same time, this, we can just show this. If loading is true, then we can just show this. Here, sending. Here, you can just say sending. Okay. And then even this icon, I can just say if loading, and then you can just like just instead just say if no loading. So this icon also will disappear. So for now, let's just go and see, refresh one more time, and let's go ahead and place the send to client. And we see if this is going to be sending. So sending, and say invoice sent. Okay. We can just say go here, and you can just see here project pro invoice for the payment made on Friday, September 20th, 2024. This is really nice. And if you just open it here, payment invoice for the first installment made on Friday, September 2024. Hoping you're doing fine. Here is the payment invoice. Click the link below to download or view the invoice detail and or view details. And you can just say here to download the invoice or view its details. I'm just going to go to the invoice link where we put this text here. I just want to add some more to customer. So you say here is the payment link. Here is your payment invoice. Click the link below to download the invoice. Um, or view the invoice details. Okay, so I think that is really nice. And let's go ahead and just check the link that we have here. So if you just go ahead and just click this link. Yeah, so you can see takes me here to this uh invoice very nicely, and you can still go ahead and print even in this browser. Okay, great. So that's really nice. Nicely done. Good work. So you can just ignore that this side we are done with this. Okay. So the payments we are done really. So what I want is to be able to invite. Let's just first go back here with the payments back to projects here. There is something I want to finish before I go back to inviting and so on and so forth. Because even inviting is going to be an email, that's why I want to cover the same thing. So if you had to invite the member, means like you have to we have to see how this one is going to work for inviting members. But there are two things. If you go back to the clients here, we should also add a button to invite the I think we just need to add a button instead of location, I think, that invites the client to the system. It is really important to be able to invite the clients. And having said that, must be some small change we have to create. Okay, we have to have some small change we have to create to this. More especially, how are we going to send the details of the client? We want to send them the email containing their password and the link to the to login and like to collaborate. Okay. Yeah. So we just need to be able to do that. Okay. So and before I do that, I wanted to work on okay, just like do that and we just know we are done with it. I'm just going to go to client, so dashboard, clients in the columns. So just want to add, instead of this location, I'm just going to add a button. So here, okay, I'm just going to add this header. It doesn't matter, but it's going to be invite. So you're just going to go ahead and create a component. I think we could just create within this. Can it fire an async function within this? Okay, let's create for it a component the same way we created a date column component. You can just say duplicate this and create another one called invite client. Invite client. Okay. So this change this to invite client. It will take them the same things, but specifically we don't need this. We're just going to return a button here from this, and then here we're just going to say invite user. So here is going to be invite or send invite, send invite. So this button on click, just we just like fire an async function. So here's a async function, invite, like invite user something. It is invite client. So invite client. So we're just going to put like a console.log here. Okay. And then just here put invite clients. So all these are not necessary to us here. Okay. Really, they're not. The only thing we just need is this original the data here. So this is the data. I'm just going to use not even the accessor key, but actually dot raw dot original. So here we can just do this from this row here. And this is the whole entire data. So I think we're just going to derive them from this one. Okay, so having done that, I'm just going to use this component now. I don't think we need accessor key, do we? We don't need accessor key. Sorry, we don't need the accessor key. So I can just like remove this. I leave only the row. I'm just going to go inside here. Let's go inside the columns. Okay, where is the column here? So this here is where we need to call the component. Okay, invite client is not suggested anywhere. So what were we doing? Export default invite client columns invite client no suggestions. Oh, is this because like okay. Okay, so you just have this. So you can just like pass in the row equal row. Okay, so that's good. So if we come back here, unexpected use client, so really, by then it's just like already used client. I think there is no problem. Okay, so we have this button says send invite. Okay, if we just go here and you try to send the invite, okay, you can just go to the console here, clear everything, and you can just click on send invite, and you can see this is responding. Okay, we might just create and give this like a variant. Can I give you just a variant of outline, maybe not to make it more shiny or something, to be maybe consistent. I don't know. You could just leave it black, or you could just leave it like this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and work on sending invite. Though, however, one thing that we need to add in the user is the password. Right now, the password we have here, we are unable to send it because it is encrypted, and there is no way the client will ever know the password you created for them. And the fact that now you do this, you need to when you just go to add a new client, you will see that uh, you said we create this password and we're supposed to now have somewhere the password. Okay, so if I just go to still here on the client, new, okay, so here we just have this form where we pass in the user ID, and here we are creating all this information. So we go ahead and pass in, and the password will go with this. And also we have the role. Okay, so here we have the role, and we can just check on the role. I'm just going to first of all go to the schema. Okay, I will just go to the schema where we have the user here. I'm just going to add so below the password here, I'm just going to add another one called the plain. Just like duplicate this. I'm just going to add this as plain, and this one is going to store the plain password only and only for the clients. Now for the users, you don't need to store their plain passwords because we really don't need them. But for the clients, we need to know the password in plain so that we can actually send it via email. So how are we going to do that so that we only have the passwords for only these users? So the first thing is to update the client. So you can just like first go ahead and just do this, and then go ahead and say npx prisma db push and npm run dev. So this one is going to go ahead and update with the plain thing. Now, when we just go back to the client form, I think we just called it client form or something. If we go back here to the client form, so we have the good thing, a data.role equal to client. And so if I just go to this endpoint, which says, okay, this is the update, which says that create a user. So here we just go ahead and get all these things from here. You can see we just go ahead and, oh, can we just go to the user here, and we have this create user. So you can just we get all these email, password, and all this. Okay, so you can see the password. This is why we lose it. We hash it there, and that's where it is gone. What we are saving here, we are only saving the hashed password. So we can't just only just say that for the plain, okay, for the plain, we can't just say that if the role, because we have the role, okay, so you just say if the role is equal to client, okay, then, and this is true, then the password here is going to be password, just like this. S is just going to be empty string, just like this. So in this way, we actually go ahead and save the password, the plain password is only for the clients, and we're not going to be saving the plain for the other users. Okay. For the other people, like the the members, we'll see how we are going to do that. Either they will have to have an account, and then we're going to use that. We are going to see that in a second. Um, yeah, so this is it. We can just have this kind of thing like this. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead, and that means that the other person you're just going to create, if we go ahead and create now a new client, this should just work. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a test client here. Okay, the main important thing is this one. So you can see this is the password, right? I'm just going to go ahead and just save this, save client. Oh, okay, we didn't refresh. Okay. Let's just go ahead and refresh. Okay, I'm not sure what happened. If a client was created or not, I don't know. Just going to go ahead and refresh. What is this error here? Status is not defined. So where is this error coming from? Status is not defined. Okay, just like first I try to create. I don't know if that is like coming from where. I don't know. Let me try to save the client here. Sandra. So this one is Sandra. That means like there must be a problem down here. Dashboard clients. Okay, it was actually compiling to route. Okay, so even this one was created. Actually, you can see here this one was created. I can just go ahead and just delete this one. Okay, so we have this here. So I want to implement this sending here. Now, assuming that this person we have actually the we have their actual thing going on here. And by the way, I might just forget and I just don't. Let's first go to emails and make sure that I remove my email here. Okay. So this one, we can now give it this one mine as the default. Okay. So what we want is now this here. If I click send, it should just send to this. So we need to get also another template for sending to this. Okay, and we just like need also a simple template. And I'm just going to close this. We just need a simple template. So you could just like go back to React email and you can just like go on top here, sort of like you could just go to where they have examples, and then they have like these whole thing, magic links here and newsletter notification. um, Inviting user. Okay, I think we're just going to use this one. However much has a lot of things, but I think we can just like remove and have this. I think there is one for the invite. Let me see. Mm, Okay, I think we can just like use. I like this one. Like it is really not having much things in it. But just going to use this one. It has. I said this is a button or something. Mm, I don't know if I just take V0. Hello. Can you design for me a nice looking minimal minimalistic email template using React email. Okay, using React. I don't mind if it uses Tailwind or not. Using React email. Okay, that I will send invite a client to collaborate on a project. Collaborate, collaborate, collaborate on a project. The template contains a message, okay, and login details, email, and password. Okay. So I think I just like create this and we see if we're just going to pull this one off. Okay. Okay, so it has managed to do this. I don't think it is a preview. That's why you see preview is disabled. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and let's go ahead and create in our, let's go to our email templates. Okay, so we have invoice link. Now we have the invite invitation. We can say call this one client invitation, client invitation.tsx. We have client invitation.tsx just like this. Okay, I can see here it has given us all the necessary things. Export email template. So I'm just going to rename this. Okay, we just named it as client. So I'm just going to say client invitation, client invitation, even here client invitation. Okay, all other things we can just leave them. Have the client name, project name, and then login email and the login password. And then these ones they have been invitation to collaborate on project, and then all these ones. I think this looks nice. let's just go ahead and now create a server action that's going to fire up this one. So similarly to the way we did in the emails, let's just go ahead and create another this one. So send, we just call this one send. So it's going to call it send client invitation. Send client invitation. Send client invitation. So this one is going now to take a data which is going to be of type. We can just say copy here. This one just going to call them also invitation props or something. Okay, so I'm just going to export this interface so that I can just be able to use it here. So data of type invitation props. Okay. So we're not going to need to calculate anything here like this. Okay. What we need is the stay project pro. Here is going to be, we are sending it to data dot, possibly this is the login email. And this is going to be invitation project pro. Okay. Just going to be the same thing that put here invitation to collaborate. So I'm just going to copy this and I will use it here like this. And this one is going to be data dot project name. And then here is going to be invitation client invitation. Okay. So client invitation has its own things. You can just say go to client invitation here. And why is just behaving like this? And these are the things you need to pass in this. Okay. We have the client name. It should be like data dot client name. Project name is going to be data dot project name, and then like message is going to be data dot message, and then the email is going to be data dot login email, and finally we have the password is going to be data dot login password. Okay, so this is the template and everything is done, I believe. So just go ahead and just work on creating this. And this one is going to be in this invite client, this button here. So now that we have all this data here, let's go ahead and construct this the data object. So this one is going to actually contain all these variables we saw just in a second. If I could just get hold of these Let me just go here and also just simply copy these ones like this. So go back to invite client. So this needs to be populated here. The client name. So the data that is entering here is for the user. Okay. We might need to get actually more information because right now we need the project and so on and so forth. So I'm just going to see data dot. So if you just go back to the schema, you can see what we have on the user. The only thing that we have is that show you invoices. It has also the projects. Now for the client, um, we need to find the we need to find that, and we'll have to return that in the so this row here. If you go back to the dashboard columns, if you just see row is actually of this type right now, use, I guess. So I don't know if I just go to this and I give it this type user from the user client like this. That's the problem. The row will not exist. So just like make it this any, but then this one is what I'm just going to create. Say this one is going to be of user type. Okay. So whatever we just get the data is going to have that. So we can just come here. Mm, let's say here this is user data. So we just come here and say const data is going to be user data dot. So we could just use the name. Okay, and then here's going to be the project name. Let's first make it that, and then a message. You can also write the message. I don't know why it cannot write for us here the message. Okay, so then just come here. Let's copy the message here and add it here. We're excited to have you on board. Please use the login details below to access the project workspace. Okay. And then for the login email, we're just going to have use data dot company dot email, and then the password is going to be use data dot plain. So here just going to say dot plain like that. Okay. So we have all the data. Now for the project name, there is It is going to be very hard. The reason being is that um, mm, so for now, this is very hard. If you just check in the schema, I don't know how you're just going to be actually getting to. We have the user ID and we have also the projects. Because for the clients, we'll have to do some sort of validation and know where exactly to go ahead and route that person. But for now, let's just not worry not. We are going to show him the name of the project. So in the template, we'll actually remove that part where you need the project and this project name. I'm just going to remove it from here. As you're still looking, I just like add like here a new project. I don't know where to get this project name, which is really necessary somehow actually. So just have this and let's try ahead and do a try catch. Similarly to the other button, which was invoice. You could just go ahead and just try this. Copy exactly and let's go to the invite client here, so you can just like try this. You can just like add a loading state here, const loading set loading to equal to use state, and then you say false here. Okay. This one's going to be send invitation. Maybe send client invitation, and this is going to take in the data. Okay. And first confirm it is the one invitation props here. So you can just give this data to be of type invitation props, and you can see here login password. They have this, so you can just say all these, and you can just default it to this. And then you have toast. Okay, so on this button, you can also add disabled to equal loading. And you can also here change this to if it is loading, it is true, then you can just say sending, and then you can also show that the send here just like this. Okay, I think that's it. So you're trying to send that template with these details. I'm just going to so the email we are sending to just going to be, you can just go here. I'm just going to go to the app. So I just copy this. Let's go to marinate and see. You can just open this. Let's try to send an invite. Okay. So just going to try and see what is going to happen. Okay, invite sent. Just come here, Project Pro, invitation to collaborate on new project. Okay, just open this and this looks okay. Project collaboration invitation. Hello, Sandra Rios. You have been invited to collaborate on the new project. We're excited to have you on board. Please use the login details. You can see the password was correctly done. Now, I don't know where to log in. They didn't include. Um, just going to tell it here to include. Please include the login link in the template. So it has to have the login link. Okay. Okay, so you have to see that in the template they have added this login link. And I think everything must have remained the way it is when it log into the project. So below the password, now we have this. Just going to copy this. Just go to the template. So below the password here, they've added in the button. So you can just import the button from the components. You know why they are getting these px and py. Then we have the login link. So we can just like add in this login link. Okay. And I think for this, we don't need to pass it as this. We could just come and define it, and the login link, we could define it if we wanted. But just like pass it like that. It's okay. Let's add the button styles. Okay. So we remain with this px. When with this px and the py, I don't know why is trying to add that. We can just put a normal button from React email. I just want to go to the docs. Okay, React email. Yes, I want to just simply to go to the docs. Okay. So here where they have these, they have a button, so we don't need to do this. Can just like just going to remove this, and you can just go to the button styles, and let's go ahead and pass in the padding. Okay, so in the emails we have to pass in now one more here, which is going to be the login link. So this one we can just like create it here. Really, this is on the login, so the client is going to be logging in normally. So const login link is equal to, so just going to get a process dot env dot next public base URL. So we need to first get this one. And then we can just concatenate, I think login. This one is going to be the login link. So you can just like pass it like that. Mm, I think everything right now looks okay. Um, I'm just going to go ahead and delete this one. I will delete this. Okay. The email is empty now. I'm just going to go ahead and try to send one more time. Now using the, now that we have added the button, so I'm just going to send the invite sent. Okay, so it's here. Okay, so you can have the button now, login to the project. Now, if you just click to login, let's see what happens. Of course, they're just going to see. Maybe later will route, just see. Okay, so you can see it takes you to the login, and if you're just already logged in, to take you to the dashboard. So we understand that. So it takes you to the login, and of course, if you're just a already logged in person, it will take you to the dashboard. So that's great. But now we don't want to route direct to the dashboard. Right now, I need to get another place, which is going to be like a checkpoint. Okay, we're just going to be getting a place whereby we need to get like a checkpoint, and then from the checkpoint, we'll be routing people to the right places. For instance, the clients, they must be routed to that specific project that they are linked to. We need to get that project and then we route. So let's work on that also. Let's say, and this means that you need to get a client who, for instance, I think it is this one, whom we're just working on the same on this project. I just like go and see which client. So a client can also have more than one project, so we have to also consider that. We'll also add a button to here, and um, I think this would be a good place to add the invitation button. I believe because at this point you have even the project you are inviting this person to. Mm, I think so. The invitation should be directed to a specific project. I think that is more robust. Yeah. So I'm just going to go ahead and get um, this button that we added, this invite. I'm just going to go here and send invoice. We have this is the button. Login link is missing. Okay, we can just like add login link. So we just need to get this data now from the actually now the login link must come from this side. Okay, the login must come from here. Let me just actually go and update here. So now instead of just saying login link, the login link must come from the data.login link. Okay, so what we want is to add this here. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this button. So we already have this button. The only thing I just need to do is call this button. We might actually remove it from the side for now. In the columns, this was here for now. Let's first take it off for now. It is this one. We can just go to the instead to the project. So if you just go to the project invoice, not invoice, I think instead the project here. So I just need to go to the product detailed page, and I just need to search for client details. client details, client details. Okay, here. So after all these client details, we have the name, this one. We could also just actually add this. We could just have this invite, and then we can just go ahead and pass in the row. Okay, and then you're just going to pass in, I think, project data. Uh, I think we have to create this row. I'm just going to, for now, let me just go. We could pass in the project data. That is like too much information sent there. We could just like send there the necessary information, I guess. But I think that's like it's okay. We can just like um very easy to since it has this. So I'm just going to go ahead and see how this one looks like first of all. Oh, I just want this one to go down here. Um, but I think this actually could just be opposite these ones. So there is the name and the company. So this could actually be opposite. So I can just simply put this below here and let me copy these like this and add them in flex dot justify between dot items center and just like this. This should just now work. Okay, I don't know why items justify between is not working. So I think just because of hmm. So we have the avatar, which was actually in flex with these ones. Okay, you understand. So I'm just going to first actually pull off this. Um, and it with this. So the avatar plus this should be in the same div. Okay. So this is going to be in the same div. So basically you can just simply move this um, outside here. This invite user thing. Okay. I will have this one. So you can just like wrap this. I can wrap it here, I believe. What is that? Okay, I can just like simply, okay, copy the class then. So I just want these two to be wrapped in a div. Okay, so just say flex item center, justify between. Let's how this ones look like. Yeah. Okay, so you can see like we have the send invite here. Okay, so what we just need now is to construct the information that we need to send. So if we are sending the project data inside here, I think it should be enough. So now here, this one, this is going to be like project data. Data actually even here is the project data. Okay. And now let's go ahead and see if we can get all these information. The first one is the client name, which is project data dot client, then dot name. So you can just get here the name. The project now we're just like right now we have it, so it's just going to be like project data. You don't need to put anything here. It's going to be project data dot name. And then here we have the login email, which is going to be project data dot client dot email, and here the password is going to be project data dot client dot plain. Okay, so this plain is actually not existing on this client, so you can just simply go to the project data here, and where we have the client data here, just add in the plain. Okay, plain, which is going to be also string owner, so string stop now. Okay, so we can just go back here and you see this one will work. So just go ahead and then this invite link. This one's going to be constructed, and this is why we need the base URL. So we can just go here and get the base const base URL is going to equal to process dot env dot base next base URL next fabric next fabric base URL. Okay, you can see it is there. So this is what you're just going to concatenate here. So you just have the base URL. So basically what you're trying to link to is we have to link to this one. So I'm just going to link to stock login. Okay. Question mark, and just going to say return URL. So you say return URL is equal to this. Okay. So return URL is equal to this, and now what I need to do is here to basically add project data dot so we just need to say slug. Okay, so we're just going to take you to the login, but then we have this return URL. Okay, I think this one is just going to avoid us to even go and check a lot of things. We have the redirect where we need to send you or push you where you should go. Okay, so what do we handle this return URL? So I'm just going to go to the login. If I can just go to the login, sorry, we may just like have more than so auth login page login form. So you see here when someone actually logs in here, okay, we have here requesting the return URL is equal to params.get return URL, or if you don't have, it will go to the dashboard. So if you just see here, when you successfully actually log in, you will be pushed back to the return URL. Okay, so we can just like try it. I mean, if we this one had the password, let's just say go ahead and create a new project. Okay, let's go back to projects. So I'm just going to go back to projects. Let's go and create a test project. So this is going to be a test project. Okay, I'm just going to say this one is a test project. And let's say budget is 100. Start date is today, and the end date is going to be like next month. And client, let's just put this under this is a test project. Let's go and put the image save. Okay, so you create a project, and now of course you can view the project, and then you can see that the client here is Sandra. So what we just want to do is send a link to Sandra, and then Sandra tries to actually log in. So we just go ahead and send this. I don't know what is going to happen, but let's try. Okay, and an error first of all happens, and this is saying cannot read properties of an undefined client. Okay, is it not bringing the project data? Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead in this invite client component. I'm just going to go ahead and console.log the oh okay, so this one now changes with not raw.original. So this is project data is just equal to raw, and that is my bad. So now we can just like refresh. Okay, so now let's try to send the invite right now. So you can see this is sending, and the invoice. Oh, did you say the invoice sent? Just say here they just say invite invite sent. Okay, let's just go and see in the mail. Okay, so you can see now we have the name of the project now, to collaborate on the test project. Okay, and let's go here and see the link. Now, I wish you could just copy this and we open it in another browser, incognito, something like that. Do these have also incognito or something? Let's just say new. Jesus, this is like how the private window looks. Looks scary. Okay, I just want to see what this is going to lead me to. Uh, okay. Why is the password not coming? We know very well that this is the one we created with the I remember this had like a plain password or something. The previous email had, I don't know, backed in a box. This one, did it have like the password? Yeah. There must be something here. Okay. The plane must have not been added or fetched. Yeah, I understand. So this one, even when we included it, we didn't include it in the fetch. So we have to add one more thing. And it is like under projects. Can I just go to okay. Yeah, so you can select under the client the things we are selecting here. We don't have the plane, so you just say add a plane like this, and this one is going to make sure that actually this has the plane. Okay, so I might need to send another invite now. Let's just go and refresh and send another invite. So I'm just going to. And by the way, we have also to put this. It shouldn't. Did it like? Okay. We just need to refresh this and then send another invite. So basically, I could just like go here and I delete all these two mails. Oh, it actually just puts you only in this one. It's okay. Let's just go here. We have these two projects. I'm just going to go and delete them. And then let's go and send another invite. Okay. Did we refresh? Okay, and another invite. I think with, yeah. So this one has the password. So I'm just going to go and copy the same thing. Go to this side and let's paste this. Okay, so what I just want to do is we have Vati and this is the password. Login. So this one we just have to take into localhost 3000 and then take us to login. So you can see this is a login. And now you want you to look closely on this localhost 3000 login with return URL project test project. So if I just go ahead and now go ahead and put here Vati, I'm just going to paste the password. I can just go ahead and copy. Let me copy the email. Here, I'm just going to maintain the light mode. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to sign in with these credentials. Now we believe this person has already, we created him an account, and you can see he can come to the project. Okay. Now he can just like start now, like modify the notes. Now this is a client. Okay. Now if he is a client, then we don't want him to see this. Maybe we could just like show now the user details. Just going to change this in a second. But now you can just come here and add, for instance, a better description. And this is a much better description. Okay, a much better project description. Okay, so you can just like start like working on some things now, like to improve the project, because you might just like what, and you can even just like add like a new model here. Let's just say authentication. Okay, so if you just come this side and you just like now you also log into your to this very project, and let's refresh, you see that now the client went ahead and added in some things. Okay, and this is where we actually wanted to add this kind of thing of when you check in this, wanted to add some initials somewhere, and I think I will just like add some initials of who added this or who edited like the module. But just like work on this. This card should show, like, yeah, depending on who is logged in, we should just show the other things. So let's just like work on that. I'm just going to go to project details, project details. Of course, we're just going to do page protection, but that is like in a second. Okay. Mm, okay, on this one, just going to look for the client details, client details. It is here. First of all, so you need to get the role within here. The fact that we have here, I think session or user, one of the two can work. So in this component, we have session. Good. So we have the user already, and then we can just like simply get the role. Okay, so you can just come here below the user, and you can just say const role is equal to user dot role. Okay, you can just like do like this, and we have a role. Now we can just like check when it comes to the client here. For instance, this title here, we can just like change based on the role. So if the role um, if the role is equal, for instance, user, then we should for instance, client and it is we're just going to user. Okay, and then even on this the data to use here, we can just say here for instance cut this, and we say if the role is equal to user, then if this is true, then we could just select show this is show this. So for if is the role is a user, then we show the client details. As we have to instead of client, just going to be saying the user. Okay, don't we have here the user project data dot user? Let me see. Project data dot user. Where do we have? Oh, so here we don't need to get from the project data. So here we just get from the user direct. Okay, so here we could just say if user like the ID. I'm not sure. But this one would be project user dot image, and then you could just default this with a public image like placeholder dot svg. Okay, so we just here to get the user details of the logged in person. So here like the name, this has to be user dot name. So user dot name. Similarly, here, I'm just going to do the same thing. Okay, I'm just going to do the same thing here. And just say if role is equal to user. If this is true, then we could just go ahead and show this. Else, we can show something else. Okay. So this one is going to be the client name. So this is going to be user dot name. Just here's going to be user dot company name. That one just remains. Okay, just like that. And then for this one is going to be not showing, is going to show only if the role is equal user, and then sorry, if the role is equal user, then we can just go ahead and show that. So now with those changes, if we go back to this browser and scroll down and let's refresh. So you can see now we're just going to see user details. Wait. Mm, I don't know who is logged in right now. Sandra is who is logged in, and I'm still getting here this uh, Sandra. Did they do them vice versa? Actually, here the title actually tells you that. Oh, okay, okay. It doesn't make actually sense. Um, so yeah, just like getting in the details of the logged in user. Mm, it doesn't make sense because Sandra is the one who is logged in at the moment. Actually, is logged in like really logged in. So at that point, we need to get the how do I get the details of the other person? How to work on that? No, the other person. So in the database, we have to find this person. Okay. We need to find a way of saving that data in the um, if I just go back to the where we get the project data here. Okay, we have this project, we get the modules, and then here we get the clients. You're supposed also to get uh, so when we are saving the project, this is where actually everything is supposed to come from on the project. Let's just go to the project. Project. Just go to the schema. So just go to the project. So the project here has okay, has the client ID and the user ID. This is good. Okay, so we have the user ID. I was already worried that we don't have that. So we have both the client and the user ID. So I can just go, actually it is more easier. Go back to the project. So the similar way we are just adding these ones, just add user to true. So I'm just going to add the user to true. And that means that we have to change something in the project data. Yeah, so just add that true and just simply go types. And where we have the project data, I don't know where, here, so just going to go ahead and just add user. like user, not users, but user to be actually user from the Prisma client. So now, instead, I can go to project details where we're just using these ones. If the role is a user, we show this else. So this one is going to be now coming from the project data. So you say project data dot user. Okay, so this is just going to be having dot user. Same thing, project data here, dot user, and then up here, project data dot user, project data dot user. Okay, I think that's it. We just have this person now from this. So going back this side, this is where we want them to change. Yep. So you can see that the details have changed here. Now I think just going to go ahead and add the emails. Let's just go ahead and add the emails. Where are those details? Where are those details? Here. Okay. So I'm just going to do the same thing and just say if use role is equal to user, then, and this is true, then show this. If it is false, then you can just go and show this. Okay, so it will be project data dot now user dot user. All these are just dot user, and even here is dot user. Okay, so if you just go back this side, you would see that this one is now changes to this. So now you're seeing the user details. Okay, the I don't know how do a client call us and the freelancer or the I don't know. We're just going to get a better name to add here, but he can still at least now see the details of the other person, and he cannot see the invite button because it doesn't actually make sense for him to see the invite button when he's the one that has been invited. Okay, so this is good. So far so good with the how we have planned the app. Okay, so far even the problem also is that we don't want, do we want the client to add payments? I don't know. If the client adds a payment and the we're just going to hide this add payment button because we don't want the client to add a payment when he has not paid you, so it doesn't make sense to me. I'm just going to go to uh, where we have invoices and payments. So just going to come in and just say const invoices. Okay, and the payments. So we have this one. So we can also just hide this and we say if the role is equal to user. Okay, and then you can just say and And so even if also the members or anyone cannot add a payment except the user. So if we come back this side, for you to be seeing this, but for this side of the client, we cannot see the button. Okay. Comments you can add. Okay. The notes you can add, you can edit, and then like all these ones you can really, and they also invite members. You shouldn't see. Okay. So this invite members, it doesn't concern him much in inviting who is the member and so on. So I'm just going to members. So you can see here members. So this whole entire div talking about the members, this also even the members themselves, it doesn't concern them. So just come here and say if role is equal to user, and then we can just say and we show this. So now if he comes back this side, you can see that card is also gone. Now we have a more granular layout. Okay, you should be able to view here, like go ahead and just like view the stuff here is okay. You can view the details of this module, or you can even add more modules. That one it has no problem. Because you would have just like, yeah, it would be just your like to collaborate, so you can see like authentication. You can just like add another module or add a task. This is will be to your advantage. Okay, now let's go ahead and see if we can also protect. We just need to see if we can protect. I'm just going to change this to something like this. I just want to see if we can protect the route, like most especially the dashboard route. You can go to the home page, but you shouldn't be able to go to the dashboard. So um to the dashboard, the problem also is that if a client tries to go to any other route apart from the accepted, like, we have to just be logical because it is going to be very hard to go back to this place. It might be very hard to go um to that place. Okay, and that I think that's why we need also to have a checkpoint. We'll have a checkpoint still eventually, and this checkpoint is to help us and see if we can get the project, and then we route that person there. So let's do that because the client can try to access the dashboard. Let's say um, I can just do this. Create another page here. So we could just create a new route here. So we have all these routes. I think we can just like use this because that's nothing like any much design. So I'm just going to use this auth, and I'm just going to add in the checkpoint. So here, check, just the checkpoint, and then page the tsx rfc. Okay, Mm. So what I don't know is actually on the page. I'm just going to say H2. This is the checkpoint. So I'm just going to ask V0 if someone has a route like this. Okay, how would I get this route on the, because this one is, you could just like gate. Is there any way you can read the path name? I'm just going to ask here if I have a link, in fact, a path like this, how do I get the, how do I get the path name on the server in Next.js? So like, how do you get the how do you get the path? Okay, so here you would just have to use you would have to use the headers. Okay, so you could just say first get the params, and then you get is the headers list. Mm, dot x URL. Then from the path name is new area and that. Okay, that is very interesting. Let's first try that. I'm just going to go and copy this in a page. Since here it is something I've never even thought about. So just get the headers from next headers, I believe. And then of course we can also get the params. That one is very much known, but still. Then the params will not work. We are not interested in this. The project slug. I'm just like really interested in the full path and the path name. Only those two. So I can just like remove these. We have the path name and the full path. So they're the ones I'm interested in. So what we want is if a person comes, we're just going to be routing them to this point. And at this point, what we can just first do is we could first get the session, which is going to be is equal await get server session, and then we pass in the auth options. So first of all, okay, just make this async. first of all, if a person comes this side and is not authenticated, so here we're just going to go to session. If there is no session, okay, if there is no session, so then we're just going to say, so we have to route this person somewhere. So probably this, if this, um, this person here, if he comes here, then okay, by the time you come to this side of the to the checkpoint, the session will be existing, but we can say return or redirect, actually, like redirect to the login. Okay, this one will be sent back to the login. But high chances are a person will come here will always be having the session. So what we want is to determine the role. So can you say const role is equal to session dot user dot role. Okay, this is what we want. And what we want is to know where to put this person. Okay, so for instance, if the role, okay, if the role is equal to user, then want to there to redirect to the dashboard. So this one we can redirect at slash dashboard errors. So errors, this is why I want to use this. So want to redirect, okay, to the path name. So I want first to see the path name, how it looks like. Really path name, path name. So before I do this, I'm not going to redirect anywhere, so I just want to look at these things. So if I try to access, oh, okay. Instead, it won't make sense actually. Uh, okay, so if you just go to, if you just went to checkpoint, you just have to just like have a checkpoint because the route is not there, so still it doesn't make much sense. Okay. Still what I want, it won't give me what I want. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is we're just not going to put in any checkpoint. If we just only need is going to be the dashboard layout here. So where we have here the session, you can see how we are checking if the session is this, if there is no session. But then we're just going to check the role. So just say const role is equal to session dot user dot role. So what we just want is if, okay, if the role is equal to user, okay, maybe we could actually say go and say if the role is not equal to user. Okay, if role is not equal to user, then just going to so you could just say go ahead and return not found. So you could just say something like return not found. Okay, we could just return not found. This this page for the person who is okay. If you try to access the dashboard for you, if you just like a normal person, you should just be able to access the dashboard. But then if this person tries to access the dashboard, um, they just say dashboard. So you can see like this page does not exist. Okay. So the only thing he can just like do is actually getting back. And even these links, we're just going to put them there. We don't have to show these and all these pages. But you can just like actually go back to where he was. But that's like an easy way to protect all our pages. If he just tries to go to the dashboard or access any link within the dashboard, so long as it has a dashboard, he will not be able to access them. So let's work on these links. Let's just say the dashboard. So these links, how are we going to customize them? Um, I don't know if this we could also just check the person that is logged in. Maybe we just like show different. The problem is that actually we have a back button, and if we have already a backed projects button, did you just like do a back project or a back button? We need just to only show this person only one button, which is just like back. The normal client is not supposed is not even interested in seeing the home page, but only the back button here. I'm just going to actually show the back button in the not found. Okay, so you can just leave the one that takes to the home. I'm just going to create one which takes home. Um, not found is here. So we have back this back button which takes back to the project, I guess. Let me see. Okay, actually this is just like you passing the title actually. So just say back and just say here go back here, and we don't want to show all these ones. Um, we could just also just get the good thing, this is the server, so I think you can just say const is if we get like auth get auth user. I think this is a server. I believe this is a server component, and we can just like get a role from this. Const role is equal to user dot role, and then we can just say here we're just going to go ahead and say role equal user, and then this way we can just like give more options. Otherwise, you should just like only see only one this back. Uh, okay, yeah. So you can see page not found, and he has this go back, and if he clicks go back, it takes him back to where he was. I think that's like the best alternative to this. Okay, and then another thing is this one. He still have like this here. He should just not even see this. He should just say on a logout for this case. Okay, I'm just going so to go to this. I think this was like if you go to project detailed page, uh, detailed page, there is what we have. There is why we have something. What can I search? I can search for backed all projects. Back to, okay, so there is this project button, and it is here. It must be this one, and then this authenticated avatar. So we have the session. I'm just going to get here also the role. Const role is equal to session, and the user, and then the dot role. Okay, so we can now just go ahead and these other routes. So I'm just going to remove even what is even services. I'll just route here. We have this logout. So we just want to hide this dashboard link. Sorry, he will not even reach this side. We just mean this here. If I reload, okay, we just want to protect this dashboard route. Only we just want to show him the logout. So we can just also use the same technique, and we just simply say if role is equal to user, then if that is true, then we show them this. Otherwise, there is that one is going to be gone. As you can see here now, you can see, and you can only log out. We're not having any distractions that this person can see. Now there is this one which says go back to all projects. Okay, there is no need of him seeing this. What we could also show him is the logout again here. There is the good thing, there is a logout button. So I'm just going to go to project detailed page where we have this. I'm going to have two buttons here like this. I can I'm just going to say that if so this if row is equal to user and this is true, then we can show him this. Otherwise, we can show him this. And I want to go ahead and get this logout button. Okay. Uh, yeah, so you can see like he sees this logout. Okay. I believe we could just like let me first see this. What was this? Was this like a normal button? Yeah, it's just like a normal unstyled button. I don't know why we chose to put it in a div, which was actually unnecessary. So um, that meaning that we could actually, I don't know, can we wrap this in a normal button? I have no idea if this can actually work or something. Okay, it didn't seem to be working. Okay, okay, so this one did not uh, work. Mm, which is still okay, I think. Yes, move this here. I think it is still good enough, even if it is unstyled, but he knows he can go ahead and log out. Mm, I don't know why this one has moved down. So can we just add this in some other in a div? And in this div, can we just like give it some styles for the colors? Like, can I give it BGs? Like, just you want to see what happens. Okay. Uh, okay, so we can just like design the button the way we want. as you can see here. I think this is just so good enough. You can just log out from here, or you can just log out from still here, because I believe this should just work. Yeah, and you can see for him, actually it takes him back to this, where you can still log into that very place. Okay, so we have seen, I'm just going to go ahead and still log in with, do I still remember the login credentials for this person? It is Vati. I can just copy the password here. Here I don't have these suggestions, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy the email from here. Okay. Yeah. So this is good with the restrictions and the making clients better to work with them. So I know the time right now. Okay, I think it's already a good time to. So I'm just going to end by saying that um, I'm just going to end by saying that I have I've made some updates to those ones who are using the starter kit. I've made some updates to the starter kit, and I want to show you those updates. So if you just go to the starter kit here, okay. So you can see here on the starter kit, there is this introducing component pages, and also we get the actual amount of people who are using the starter kit. Currently, we are on 238, which is really a good community of people who are taking advantage to this. And I've introduced the component pages. And what are component pages? So how I'm seeing this starter kit is going to be helping all of us, like start your full stack project as fast as possible. I have some pages that are required that are not logical to be done faster. Even the ones which are logical, I'm trying to add more logic and more logic and more logic, so that you actually spend less time to get the project done. So I've added like a couple of pages. Okay, and these are some of like from my projects that I use, and I find these components really repeating to use them. And I'm just starting to design some components and I add them here. And you can just start like taking advantage if you have access to the starter kit. And of course, if you don't have, there is, I will leave a link in the description where you can get the starter kit. But I'm very sure high chances are you already have the kit. So you have here, for instance, the hero sections. Look at how slick this is. And you see that it changes the background images every other second. Okay, look at that. Go to the second one. This is second hero section, and this is third hero section. So like this, you have three hero sections that you can take advantage. So you go into this page and you can plug this to any place, because it is a component within the starter kit. If you just go there, you can just like plug this anywhere you want and it will work. If you just click here, you will see we still have like feature sections. Look at this, and by the way, they all have animations with Framer. So um, I just like did these in some of the projects that I do, and I decided to add this for you guys, so you can see like this is another nice page, like why us or something. Very nice. And all these are responsive as well, so you don't have to really to worry about responsive. You can see very nice responsive here are done. So they are highly responsive, and all of them. Okay, even if you go to the logo cloud here, you can set the logo cloud is also responsive, and as well as here, this is one component. We have the contact us. Okay, and then we have the footers. I have only one footer for now. I'll be adding more. Sidebars, we have tools. So if you just choose to use this ordinary one, or you use this one that we have used it in our project, it's up to you. But we have all of them. So we have sidebars, footers, contacts. We have FAQs. Very nice. Look at these FAQs. Just with very slick and really nice. And I'd say you guys you can take advantage to this. So yeah, we'll be adding more pages and more sections, and this is only even to help myself have them in one place, and I can just get a starter kit. I remove what I don't want, and then like I leave with what I want, and it's going to be very easy to integrate it and have it really working. So yeah, if you find it really useful, thank you so much, and please go ahead and like the video and also subscribe. Thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.